getting started today with our market beef show. We currently in the ring, we have our produce, which is the produce of a former heifer project, which has been exhibited at the Washington County Fair. We currently have two seniors in the ring. We have Drew Blavel and Kale Yegi. Their trophies their gray polos are sponsored by Widoff Farm Supply. The champion Produce Market Steer Trophy is sponsored by Bruce and Leanna Watson. There's also a cash award that is sponsored by Richard and Angie Sandberg. The reserve will be receiving a rosette by Schneider Family Farms. Turn it on right there. So, you ready?
It's on.
We got all the technicalities taken care of here. You might have to remind me again.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's the volume on that? Good? Good? Well, it's a pleasure to be here in Washington County. I wish it was under a little different type of setting. When I pulled in, it's certainly just a little bit eerie, to be honest with you. I'm glad that we're here. I'm glad that we're able to go ahead with this show, but check. There we go. But, just as every other form of entertainment misses its fans, this show is going to miss its fans today and all the family that normally traditionally gets to come in and be a part and take part in this in this great American tradition of being a county fair. We're going to start off the beef show today with, just a real nice class of cattle. There's certainly a couple different pairs that emerge, and I think there's certainly one individual that surfaces to the top quite easily. The young lady's black steer, I was a little amazed at how heavy that one actually was. I'm not around fat cattle that much, but that one, when she said he was in his upper 13s, kind of surprised me. Handles it very well. All of his indicators, fat deposited around the tail head and brisket and everything, says he's that big, but just standing off from him, I probably would have been 100 pounds shy if I'd have guessed his weight. I like his style. I like his balance. I like the way he moves around the ring. The young lady gets a nice job done sticking him, and that's just simply where he excels over the old red baldy calf, I believe, named Stone in second. Stone is also right there in that same weight range. He is market ready. He is eye-appealing, that white baldy face and red steer. He's a good-natured old calf. He simply just doesn't have quite the style and the balance and the eye appeal as the black one. He doesn't scoot around the ring off of either end quite as good, and we'd like to just change him in that perspective. He matches up frame size, weight size, and phenotype to the steer that wins. Now we come into a couple larger frame steers. I think we have to go with the one that's more market ready here in the baldy steer. Good gaining steer, just simply a little bit up in his weight, and he's fat. He's fat enough to go right now, but you can tell he's got more frame than the others, and just like to give him maybe a notch more, these last pair, just a notch more show ring appeal. The young man's black steer just simply not as far along as the three above him. Nice 4 steers to start the show with.
Currently in the ring, we have our dairy steer class. Our results from our produce, we had first with a purple going to Jade Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters. Second with a purple going to Adriana Campbell of the 76 Progressives. Third with a blue going to Kale Yegi of the Riverside Ramblers. And fourth with a blue to Drew Blaveld of the Lime Creek Live Wires. The trophy for the dairy steer is sponsored by Impressions Computers, and the reserve rosette is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
Well, all right, we step into the dairy division. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be 55 in 3 days, and this is the first time I've ever judged dairy steers, so I have accomplished something today that I haven't done in the previous 54 years. We're going to start the class with Buck. Buck is the Holstein calf that comes out. He meets the rate of gain criteria, is mainly the reason he's where he's at today. There's got to be a 2.4 rate of gain, and I believe he was well above that. Buck's a good calf. He's a good-natured calf. He's sound. You know, I was eating in a Texas Roadhouse, I believe in Sioux City, Iowa, and I snapped the steak, and I had a Simmental breeder snap me back, and they said, and I don't know whether this is true, but they said, "You realize you're eating Holstein steak there?" And I said, "No, I didn't." But apparently, Texas Roadhouse, if it's true, and this was a drug rep that told me this, has a contract with the Holstein feeders. And it was delicious. I'm just going to tell you that. I shouldn't be saying that probably in front of this young man. But old Bucks, he still ways off. So we won't think about that now. But good-natured young man, does a good job showing him. Good Holstein steer. This might be the tallest Jersey I've ever seen in my life right here. His name was what? Huh? Oh, he's Buck? That was Thunder. I'm sorry. I screwed up the names. That was Thunder. This is Buck. Buck's a Jersey. Reason why he lands here is his rate of gain wasn't quite good enough to get to catapult him on up. He's probably actually a shot more market ready. Both of them good, well-balanced steers. Good young men on the end of the halter. Thunder wins. Buck's reserve.
The results of our dairy steer class, we had first with a purple going to Tate Stumpf of the Highlanders, second with a red going to Tyler Alderton of the Jackson Jets. Coming into the ring now, we're going to have our first class of market heifers. Our judge today for the Market Beef Show is Brad Hook. Few announcements. We would like to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts for the members. Also, we would like to thank the Washington Farm Bureau for sponsoring the Red Superintendent shirts. Many hands make light work. To pack up and put away the fair, fair cleanup begins at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Sign up in the extension office. All help is greatly appreciated. We would also like to say thank you. We love to celebrate and the hard work of our youth, and we have a new space for that. Thanks to the Washington County Fair Board for their sponsorship and work on the new photo backdrop. Make sure to use the hashtag WashFair20 on social media so that your hashtag WashCo4H family can follow along. We would like to thank 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville for the fresh shavings in the show ring. Make sure that before you leave the fairgrounds today that you look at our beautiful new cattle barn. Thank you to all who sponsored and supported this project in various ways, and to the Washington County Fair Board for their continuous improvements and dedication to the fairgrounds. We also want to say thank you to Hammis Brothers Sawmill in Ollie for donating wood chips for the cattle barns this year. Some of the animals from today's show will be featured on KDK's online auction. Bidding opens on Thursday at 3 p.m. and closes on Friday at 3 p.m. For more information, visit kdkgroup.com. Currently out in the ring, we have one of our senior 4-H members. We have Anna Dua of the 76 Progressives. Let's give her a round of applause. We want to say thank you to KCTC for their generous gift to live stream all shows. The link that is listed on the show programs, you can tune in for other shows this week. We appreciate their generous support. Families and friends around the world will get to enjoy the fair this year. You can enjoy this show again by following the link at the top of the show program to see all of the previously recorded 2020 Washington County Exhibitor Fair Livestock shows at the KCTC YouTube channel. The Washington County Farm Bureau has provided free bottled water for our exhibitors and their families. You can find them set up in 4-H Hall.
I just want to go over things just a little bit to make it easier for the rest of the day. Obviously, we need to use the ring to its most efficiency, so when you lead guys, stay out along the outer edges. And then the part of the game that we're in right now is called crunch time. And this is when my brain is starting to smoke a little bit, trying to figure out whether you're going to be first or last, or you're going to be first or last, or you're going to be first or last. And I'm going to do that based on how you get the thing stuck right now. And by stuck, I mean set up. So we need to keep ample spacing here. We got this whole big room, this whole big ring to use. So let's use it. And let's get them stuck the best we can. We're lucky to be here today. Let's do as good a job as we can getting them set up, and so I can get a good read and not screw up where I place you. Well, all right, just a little struggle there getting things showed in this class. Hopefully things will kind of go a little smoother. I mean, we do all this work all year long for this 1 minute, especially as valuable as it is this year. And I just want you guys to do your best. That's all I want. I'm not getting after you. I'm just saying, hey, I gotta see them. So there's one that I thought, look at that, right there. Look at that. Should have done that about 15 minutes ago, and it wouldn't have took near as long. Good, well-balanced, meaty type heifer. Got some phenotype, was being just a little squirrely in the ring. Never did give me a good look till right now. Luckily, I'm 100% sure I made the right decision. It come down between her and the smoke-colored heifer, and I think there's a couple different things that sorted them in my mind. I think the condition that they're in, I believe this one's just about right on. I believe the old smoke might be just a little overcooked at this point in the game, just a little bit fatter than probably what she needs to be. Her length of body in comparison to this one doesn't help her on that. So until we see, until we see carcass results, that's yet to be known 100%. But I think the one that balances, the one that's got more length of spine, more length of neck, a sounder set of feet and legs, and just kind of, when she wants to, can get out there and give you a good look, is the young lady's black heifer. Nice job. Young man coming in here in second with the smoke-colored heifer. She's eye appealing, and I like smokes, obviously, and I wanted him to just kind of turn it up a notch in that and give me a really, really good look and make me work a little harder, because I think this one's got a really good look. But when she's left on her own to do what she wants, she can tend to get a little bit straighter in her shoulder. She can actually plant that hind leg down a little straighter, and I'm not really sure she's that way. I think if we get that one stuck just a little bit better, she gives the black one a little harder run for her money. She's extremely nicely presented. Young man's, I'm sure, is trying. I think I would just peel, just as I said earlier, just a little bit condition off of her in this market heifer class. The young heifer falls into third based on phenotype alone. It's certainly not because of a rate of gain, because that was a deficit here, and that's why she has to be third or below. I just like the way she's built. She probably should have been running the breeding class instead of a market class, in my opinion. But I still think whenever we compare her head and her neck and her shoulder junction and just her overall eye appeal and the way she handles herself out here in the ring, I think she has to go third. I like the young lady's browner haired heifer in fourth. She's probably, well, not probably, she is more market ready than the baldy faced heifer. Just simply doesn't move around the ring quite as nice. She wants to kick this right hind leg out and just needs to free herself up in her movement and her eye appeal just to get above the baldy. But that's how she gets above the next two. The next one's just a little bit shallower in her belly, a little bit rounder out of her hip. Maybe not quite as market ready as a couple up above her, but yet a really nice beef animal. She's just simply there today over the other one that is. And it's hard for me to put a calf that gained 3.75 pounds where she is today, but she's just a little bit bloated on the left side, and that's really hampering her top line and the way she gets around the ring, and that's why she had to end up there today. But the young ladies to be commended on the feed bucket on that one for sure. Nice class, nice first class of market heifers.
The results of our market steer class 1. We had first with a purple being exhibited by Lily Clark of Crooked Creek. Second with a purple to Tyler Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters. Third with a blue to Stella Janicek of Horse and Pony Club. Fourth with a blue to Anna Dua of the 76 Progressives. Fifth with a blue to Adrian Blavelt of the Lime Creek Limelights. Sixth with a blue to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Currently coming into the ring, we have our second class of market heifers. Following this class of market heifers, we will be having a drive to name the champion and reserve champion market heifer.
Mic check. Well, I think part of the fun of showing cattle especially at a high level when you're vying for 1 and 2 is not knowing whether you're going to get beat or not. And them butterflies that just keep churning in your stomach. He's not going to beat us, is he? He's surely not going to beat us, or is he going to? I don't understand what he's doing, what we do. That's priceless. That's what you work all year for, is that time whenever you get to go out there and it's 10 seconds left on the clock, you're on the 1 yard line, and is your running back going to be able to punch it in, or are you going to fake and go over and get intercepted like in the Super Bowl a few years ago? And that's why I'm changing things up. I hope it doesn't upset the apple cart here, but I just think it's fun to leave people guessing a little bit right to the end. I want to talk about these two down here. This young man with the smoke heifer, holy buckets. If you can read that on his arm, that says 477. I don't think that heifer ever left the feed bunk. Maybe to get a drink. I don't know. I gained right at 477 my freshman year in college, I think. Later to get type 2 diabetes, so remember that heifer, you know. You'll be on a shot here before long too. Then when we move down to the baldy heifer, which is currently lapping, she gains 375, is that right? 314, still over 3 pounds a day. So in the true market sense, we're looking at 2 incredible specimens right here. If it was strictly a rate of gain contest, you're fine, sis, you're fine. But 2 heifers that are similar in their type. One just a little bit more. The smoke is just a little bit more of everything, including phenomenal rate of gain. So then we move into more of a feedlot type of animal, from a feedlot type of animal into 2 tremendous show cattle. And herein lies the problems at a lot of county fairs. I would hate to guess how many hours has been spent in cool rooms on these cattle. And in the real world, that's a necessity. This is a show. When you put the word show in front of anything, it means you take the amount of work that you put into it times about 1,000. That's all there is to it. That's the only difference between show cattle and non-show cattle, and show goats and non-show goats. It's the amount of work and effort you put into it. And all that work and effort has to come down to, unfortunately, my decision today for this group of kids. Luckily, as I said earlier, this group of kids is getting to have this happen. And so what we get into when we get 2 really nice ones like this is I just like to tell you, I know that there's going to be one person and one crew that's going to be upset that they got beat. You can just pull her down there. Let's don't corner up. It don't matter either way. Just put her in line. And so I just want, whenever we got beat showing hogs, I was fine with it as long as I knew exactly why. So let's talk about these 2 heifers here. The young lady's heifer going around the corner. Actually, a completely different type than the one ahead of her. She's longer spined. She's longer loined, with that longer spine. She's got a beautiful silhouette to her. Is she 100% market ready right now? I don't know. I don't know that she has to be, for one thing. I don't think that's a requirement. But as you visually look at her, where would you change her? Love her phenotype, love her style, love her balance. Maybe a notch more bone, maybe a notch more depth of rib. When you view this heifer here, is she market ready? Yes, she definitely is. In fact, if she's going on, she's going to have to be managed because of her frame size. She is not the same frame size. This frame size here is obviously easier to feed than this frame size here. When you get your hands on this one, she's ready. She's good shape right now. When you watch both of them walk around the ring, I'm a photographer. I'll talk about that a little bit. Herein lies the difference, and this is the dead giveaway on how to figure out whether one's sound. When the exhibitor stops them, do they fall into the picture pose, which is what this young man has, or do we have to set them into it? If they fall into the picture pose, that tells you many different things. That tells you that foot is right, that pastern is right, that hock is right, which are all indicators for everything from there on up, which is the slope of the shoulder, the slope of from hooks to pins, and several different indicators. She makes my job a lot easier whenever I'm in a picture pin. Two incredibly unique specimens for your market heifer class here. Gray, you're going to get in trouble. The decision's not that difficult for me. Young man, you will win the class. I like that one. Balance, style. I like her proportions. I like her style, her balance, her eye appeal. This one is very close. Just a completely different type. If you want more of a longer spined type of female, I actually view her more as a breeding female right now. She needs probably another couple 100 pounds to get woofy enough to show as a market to me. But I like you one, I like you two. We'll see you back in here in a second. I talked about the old gray and I talked about black. So let's move right on in. Are we going into the champion market heifer now? Okay.
The results of our second class of market heifers, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Rylan Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers. Second with a purple going to Mariah Crone of the Riverside Ramblers. Third with a purple to Jace Galupa of the 76 Progressives. And fourth with a purple to Sarah Berto of the Franklin Cubs. We're now going to have our championship drive for our market heifers. The Market Heifer Trophy is sponsored by Roger and Kathy Brenning, and the Reserve Rosette by Tim and Bev Colbert. Our top market heifer from Class 1 is exhibited by Lily Clark, and our top in our second class by Rylan Shalla.
Well, I spoke enough in that last class. Obviously, the race is for reserve. Congratulations, young man. I like this one. Well, to me, the race here is for the reserve market heifer, and the extremely pretty well fitted heifer is trying her best to get beat. Is what she's doing. Two completely different types, just as we had in our champion and our reserve. I'm not going to argue with anybody that wants to go either direction. I think there's enough more product, enough more look, and enough more balance in the heifer that's acting like a knothead here to go ahead and use her reserve. I think it's very close. I think if this heifer was just a shot more show ring ready, I don't think it'd be that close. Today, the amount of condition on this heifer just bothers me ever so slightly, but I believe she's good enough to go ahead and be your reserve champion market heifer. Close placing with the black heifer. Maybe just a little bit the opposite side, maybe a little bit over, but nice market heifer class.
The results of our market heifer class, we had champion being exhibited by Rylan Shalla and reserve by Mariah Crown. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our first class of returning bucket bottle market steers.
Is it on? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bryn Beanblossom. I'm the daughter of Marty and Teresa Beanblossom. I will be a senior at Washington High School this upcoming fall, and I am this year's Miss Congeniality.
Hi everyone, my name's Phelan Hostetler. I'm the daughter of Keith Hostetler and Clinton Michelle Shalla. I will be a senior at Mid Prairie High School this fall, and I am this year's first runner-up for Fair Queen.
Hi everyone, I'm Olivia Merrick, the daughter of Brad and Mary Sue Merrick. I will be a senior this fall at Washington High School, and I am this year's second runner-up.
Hello everyone, I am Ellie Bell and I am the daughter of Lance and Carrie Bell and I am this year's Washington County Beef Queen.
Well, wanted to walk this top pair one more time. Two completely opposites. Wouldn't blame you if you switched them in your head. And I just want to tell you the process I went through to get them this way. Silky smooth is this black steer on top. Whether it be in his movement, whether it be in his handle, either way, he just is so smooth as he goes around the ring. Young lady, you done a nice job showing. I'm just going to tell you that. You got him stuck nice, and you're saying, yeah, but boy, look at all the product in that silver one. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you on that, especially in the lower quarter shape. He does exceed the black steer. When you ask this old silver steer to get out and go, he just struggles quite a bit off both ends. And it is still a show. They both gain good. If old silver is going to get above the black one, he's just going to have a better running gear underneath him. And that's all there is to it. Nice carcass calf, though, young lady. You've done a good job with him. And once again, you guys have been living with these things for a long time. I realize that. So nice work on old silver. Young lady here, this is why we like to have the structure in the front ends good, because probably old semi-cross steer here likes to throw that front foot out. When he throws it out, it's landing right on her toe, and I don't recommend that because it hurts bad. Steer gained remarkably well, if I remember right, 3.55, and he's to be commended. The family's to be commended for that. He just didn't really want to show today at the Washington County Fair too bad. Gets him in third place. Young lady, you've done a nice job showing too, and your steer just gives up a little bit of overall power in comparison to the calves above him. He gained good for you. Once again, I realize you've been living with these things, so he was evidently fairly small to gain 2.74. I like your presence on the end of that halter. You got him broke. You've been working with him. Young lady, you got the soundest calf in the class. What was his name again? Laramie, yeah. He looks just like Drake's friend Laramie. I don't know how I could forget. Same big old jug head, but, oh, no, I didn't say that out loud. I'm sorry. Laramie, you got a lot prettier face than Drake's friend, okay? Nice calf, just simply not enough product all the way through, but he gained good. You can tell the young lady's lived with him. These are bucket bottle returns, is that right? And I tell you what, they're all to be commended on an awesome job. Let's do that right now, please.
The results of our returning bucket bottle market steer class 1, we had first with a purple going to Emma Stalder of the Washington Go-Getters, second with a purple to Madison Conway of the Franklin Cubs, third with a blue to Mariah Christensen of the 76 Progressives, fourth with a blue to Grace Conway of the Lime Creek Limelights, fourth with a blue to Mila Hansen of Green Acres. So from top to bottom in that class, we have 5, 4, 3, 1, 2. Currently in the ring, we have our returning bucket bottle market steer class 2. Following this class, we will be selecting a champion and reserve champion returning bucket bottle market steer. Out in the ring, we have Anna Dua, who is one of our senior 4-H members. Let's give her a round of applause.
Well, I tell you what, holy buckets. We got into a different kind of bucket bottle class here, and these kids are to be commended. Just before we talk about the class winner, I just want to make sure you know what you're looking at here. This is 1,850 pounds, is that right? 1,815, and this is 1,650. That's big, folks. That's really, really big. And he gained 5 1/4, right? And he gained 4.1, so phenomenal. You say, well, way too big for the industry. I'm going to tell you something. I film in Nebraska a lot, and I do know that they will take up to 1,800 pounders out there because I had a guy sell them several semi-loads of it whenever things got kind of bungled up there a little bit. It's hard for me to imagine that calf weighs 1,850 pounds. But kudos to those 2 exhibitors for getting them there, getting them showed, and thank God they're gentle. When this one walked in, he just surfaced to the top pretty handily, young man. I like your glasses too, by the way. I told you that, didn't I? This one's got the most style and the most balance and the right frame size and the right condition and the right look to be a show steer. And at the end of the day, that's what we got to be at this end of the class. And he just simply does that pretty handily in this class. The calf that falls in second, I'm going to grant he's not as pretty as this one. He's pushing a little bit more lower brisket. He's not near as extended from the point of his shoulder to the tip of his nose. But I tell you what, when you get your hands on him, when you analyze his proportions, his hip, his midrib, his shoulder, his angles are all good. When you get your hands on him, his condition is good, and he just has to fall into second in this class. Nice job showing on your part too, sis. You bet. You bet. Now this one's kind of the one that'll fool you. This old silver steer. When he walked in, I thought, boy, that one's he's got bare ribs. I'd bet $100 on that. You know what? You get your hands on him, and he really doesn't. He's got good rib cover, not showing as much fat around the tail head as the 2 above him, so that tells me he's just a little bit behind. He's sound, he's got style and balance. Needs to just pretty up that chest and neck a little bit to get ahead of the other 2. But here comes the 2, I called him Goliath. I don't know what his actual name is, but young man, you're to be commended. You got it. I'm sure you're about wore out with him. He could sneeze and knock you into the stands probably. So thank God he's gentle, as I said earlier. As you analyze him, man, for one this big, he's still good. His joints are so silky smooth still, which means, he's going to be that way for life. When you analyze the rest of him, wants to get just a little bit sway backed on you, and he's really not got that much fat cover on him yet. So I'm going to guess he's definitely got some exotic Simmental in him. But nice calf, young man. Just a hard place for me to go. Excellent rate of gain. Could have won the class on rate of gain, but it's not a rate of gain class. So nice job. Nice job to you too, sis. Another 1,600 pounder. I never thought a 1,600 pounder would look small in a class, but he kind of does up next to Goliath there. Sound calf. Young lady does a super job showing. I explained to this young lady here with the silver steer why he ends up there, and that's pretty much just based off of his front knee. And she said he had been on concrete most of his life, which is understandable. Just struggles to get out of those front knees, and really has a good gain, a 2.8 gain, but in comparison to a 5 1/4, I think he logically had to go there. But young lady does a nice job showing tremendous bucket bottle class of fat steers.
Currently coming into the ring, we'll be having our championship drive for the returning bucket bottle market steer. From the first class, we had first being exhibited by Emma Stalder of the Washington Go-Getters, second being exhibited by Madison Conway of the Franklin Cubs. In the second class, we had first being exhibited by Ethan Hotchkiss of Green Acres, and second being exhibited by Taylor Bartholomew of the Franklin Cubs. The champion trophy is sponsored by the Steve Davis family, and Reserve Rosette is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
Well, it's starting to heat up, and I don't want to take any longer. I mean, I want to commend this county for two tremendous classes of bucket bottle calves. I don't know that I've ever said that in my life, but I don't know that I've ever seen. I thought the first class was good, and then you get into all these market-ready cattle. There's a lot of hours. Now, maybe there's not a lot of hours in the cool room and with a roto brush and all that, but you know what? That's all right. It's not all about hair. It's not a hair show by no means, and especially in this division where they have had them since they were calves, there's no better way of knowing your project than to get them as a baby calf and watch them grow. And to me, there's just one that from the first time I seen him that hit me real hard. Young man does a nice job sticking him. One that's going to just pretty handily win today. Congratulations, buddy. You're number one. Yeah, you can go over there. Let's bring that second on up. Young lady's doing a remarkable job showing this calf up here, and he's what I talked about a little bit in that market heifer earlier. He's one that just makes the photographer's life easy. He's extremely sound. He's extremely perfect in his feet and legs and his angles. He's standing there comfortably chewing his cud, and just from a structure standpoint is ideal. He's ideal. Might even call him perfect. From a carcass standpoint, he's just not quite there yet. There's another one in here that's not quite as phenotypically perfect as him, but certainly has a whole lot more carcass. This one just needs a shot more time. Your reserve champion's going to be yours, young lady. Close placing with the young lady up there. You bet.
Our champion for the returning bucket bottle market steer, we have Ethan Hotchkiss, and reserve being shown by Taylor Bartholomew. Next, coming into the ring, we'll have our returning bucket bottle market heifer class.
I guess we're looking at the bucket bottle calf market heifer division here. I think the one that just surfaces to the top when you have to have them move and you have to have them fat and you have to have a little bit of look in them. I think she's the one that does that in this class. The one in second gives her a pretty good run until we kick him in motion, and then that heifer simply wants to get out on that front end. She's just a bit vertical and wants to toss them legs to and fro as she goes and just labors a little bit. Carcass pretty much similar on the two, just boils down to the movement. Probably my toughest placing was in these two. I really like the phenotype of that heifer down there in fourth. She only gained 2.22. This one gained 303. I think just a shot more shearing on that one, and she would have about as good a look. So I went ahead, substance of bone, substance of foot size, just that much more. This one I just view a bit more as a breeding heifer. I actually think she would probably make a pretty good cow if you did want to breed her. But that's the way I had to land them today.
Our champion returning bucket bottle market heifer was exhibited by Cameron Reiner, and that trophy was in memory of Nancy Adrian. The reserve and second, receiving a purple in that class, goes to Tate Bumpy of the Schneider family, was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue to Allie Wolf of the Washington Go-Getters. Fourth with a blue to Grace Conway of the Lime Creek Limelights. We're now going to get started with our purebred division. We're going to start with our Angus purebred steers. I do want to recognize Colin Greiner of the Franklin Cubs, who's out in the ring right now. He is a senior 4-H member. Let's give him a round of applause.
Well, it's refreshing to see a group of Angus steers at a county fair this size. This is the only class, isn't it? Yeah. And really the top three were all kind of in contention here. I just wanted this young man to make me believe I was doing the right thing by using this one. When he walked in, I thought he was the most well-balanced, the most fluid in his movement, the most structurally correct, and yet market ready of all of them. He's a tick smaller frame, but yet he's weighing 1285 and he gained 324. So, I mean, that's just in comparison to two bigger frame steers, I guess. Young man, you need to really dial in when you go in that final competitive moment and relax his head just a little bit. Make sure those feet are all right, because this one can kind of look really, really good, or he can start flying apart at the seams pretty quick if you let him stick that front leg out like you did. Wasn't helping you competitively. I just wanted a better look at him, and he is your best Angus steer in the ring right now. So nice job. Herein lies why I had to walk him several times. I like this steer here. He weighs 14 something, but that doesn't bother me. I just had to make sure in my own head that he was structurally sound enough to get above that one, and I just deemed that he wasn't. Basically, the way he moves out of those hind legs, he's just a bit straight in his hock, a bit tight in his hock, and a good eye-appealing calf. The young man gets him stuck and gets him set right. Just simply doesn't float across the ring. Maybe just a nickel bigger than he needs to be right now in this class, but close comparison, actually a very close comparison between him and this calf. This calf probably moves a touch better when you ask him to go out and lead like we did in that final result. You get on top of him, though, just a bit flatter in his muscle shape, a bit flatter in his side. Doesn't have the overall product in him that the steer that your reserve champion did. One that has a lot of product and a lot of gained over 5 pounds a day, is this young lady's calf here, weighing, I believe she said, over 1,500. Good, well-balanced calf. Really, if he was just a little bit more show-ready and a little bit more the right size, he would give the champion all he wanted and maybe more. The following two calves that come out both have just some structural issues that landed them there. Both need to get around the ring a little better, just a little vertical on both front and back. This young lady's calf just wants to get a bit up in his top line, a bit shallow in his rib shape, and just giving her a little bit of a headache. But nice, real nice class of Angus steers.
The results of our steer class, we had our champion being exhibited by Peyton Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires and received a purple in that class. Trophy was sponsored by Doug Colbert. The reserve champion was exhibited by Colin Greiner, receiving a purple. And the rosette was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue to Roy Carter of the Jackson Jets. Fourth with a blue to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Fifth with a blue to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Sixth with a blue to Adrian Blavelt of the Lime Creek Lime Lights. The next class we have in the ring currently, we have our Red Angus class. We do want to recognize Leah Evans of the Washington Go-Getters. She's one of our senior 4-H members. Her gray polo is sponsored by Woodhoff Farm Supply. Let's give Leah a round of applause. We'll give Leah an additional shout out. She received the Beef Project Award at the 2019 Awards Night. She excels in personal beef projects, learning workshop, and leadership experiences. We do want to thank Michael Houston with Pioneer Hybrid for paying the beef checkoff fees for the exhibitors. Also, the wood chips in the beef stalls are donated by Hammis Brothers Sawmill of Ollie. The shavings in the show ring are donated by Joe Hostetler of 4H Wood Products. The carcass scan fees typically are paid in part by Evans Welding. We do want to say thank you to the Washington County Farm Bureau. They've generously provided free bottled water for our exhibitors and their families. You can find them set up in the 4-H hall. We also want to thank KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all of these shows. The link listed in the show programs. You can tune in for other shows yet this week. We appreciate their generous support. This allows family and friends around the world to get to enjoy the fair. You can enjoy this show again by following the link at the top of the show program to see all the previously recorded 2020 Washington County Exhibitor Fair Livestock shows on the KCTC YouTube channel.
Well, I understand these are all full sibs, and I'm not talking about the cattle. I tell you what, it was actually closer between the top two than what I anticipated when we got them on the side profile. And you know, the only hole in this one's his weight, and he's bumping 1,600 pounds, and he really doesn't look like it. And I did whisper something in his ear. I said, you maybe still should have your testicles because he's pretty good. He'd have made a pretty good bull. I tell you what, for 1,600 pounds, holds everything together. You can't quite realize how massive he is till you get on top of him. And I think that's what wins it today. He's just, for as massive as he is, he's got a big foot, he's got nice bone. Good red Angus steer, really good red Angus steer. Wish he weighed 1,450 instead of 1,600. But and herein lies this one. He weighs right at 1,400, and very well balanced young man. Just almost did her when he got him on the side profile. But when you get in up next to him in comparison to the steer that beats him, just not the three-dimensional muscle shape, rib shape, or bone or foot or power that the old big boy has ahead of him. And the third sibling there that's now exiting just simply got in a rough class. I imagine he had a suspicion that's where he was going to end up. Good red steer, two purple ribbon and one red, and tremendous red Angus class. You bet. Give them kids a round of applause.
The results of our Red Angus purebred steer class, we had our champion being exhibited by Leah Evans. The trophy for the Red Angus is sponsored by Brett and Amanda Crone. Caden Evans had the reserve, and the rosette is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue to Blake Evans of the Washington Go-Getters. Currently coming into the ring, we have our Kiania class.
Well, I know I'm in show pig country, and I'm going to use a show pig term that kind of separates these two, and that's they talk about the ESTs, and that's extra special traits. And in the show cattle world, granted, I film every day for 10 months straight, basically every day, all across the country. And there's traits in show cattle, when you see as many as I do, that just absolutely slap you upside the head and make you take notice. Those are worth money when it comes time to sell because they separate themselves out from the pack. One of it's head design and ear set and ear design. And I call it show ring awareness or show ring mentality. And it's not, you can't build it into them. It has to be born and bred into them. And as you can watch this old boy here, he's watching me, he's listening to me. And he's using that head and he's using them ears and he's analyzing what's around him. And that is what separates winners from second place. It's as simple as that. Is that all that did it with this deer? No. You go ahead and you analyze from the tip of his nose to his tail head. You know, he's streamlined, he's balanced, he's proportional. And he's not only all those things, he's sitting down on a big foot and a very nice bone. Not a big coarse bone, and really I wouldn't call him big boned. I'd call him nice, adequate, good feeding bone. When you get your hands on him, extremely smooth to the touch. So just a true show steer here in every sense of it. I love the way he works that head and them ears and just has that show ring presence about him that just sticks out. Good calf here in second. On the standstill, wouldn't argue one bit if you wanted to use him. But as we start analyzing structure on this one, he gets just a bit vertical in his shoulder. He gets a bit vertical off of his rear end. I'd like to smooth the hock up on this calf. I'd like for him to reach and plant just a little bit different out of those hind legs. But I tell you what, I'm being hard on an awfully good steer because he got beat by one that was just phenomenal, I thought. Young man, you done a good job working hair. You done a good job showing. The steer could have showed a little better for you and made it a little bit tighter race. He was just a little tense and a little squirrely the entire time, but you done a nice job. Now that he's going out of the ring, he's relaxed just a little bit more, and he looks really good. Good pair of steers, regardless of which way you want to go with them. Young lady, you got in the buzzsaw of a class. I like this old black and white calf. I give him a purple ribbon. He's just 150 pounds lighter probably than the two above him. And he balances nice. She does a tremendous job showing. Just got in the buzzsaw with two really good black steers.
The results of our Kiania class, we had our champion being exhibited by Sophie Seiko of the Horse and Pony Club and also receiving a purple. The reserve being shown by Riley Hahn and Rosette by Schneider Family Farms. Also received a purple in that class. Riley is a member of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Third with a purple to Natalie West of Crooked Creek Club. Received a purple. Currently in the ring, we have our main Anjou class. A new and hard-to-miss addition to our fairgrounds this year is our beautiful new cattle barn. Thank you to all who sponsored and supported this project in various ways, and to the Washington County Fair Board for their continuous improvements and dedication to the fairgrounds. Also, we'd like to thank Camus Brothers Sawmill of Ollie for donating the wood chips for the cattle barns this year. Also, some of the animals from today's show are featured on KDK's online auction. Bidding opens today at 3 p.m. and closes tomorrow at 3 p.m. For more information, visit kdkgroup.com.
Well, very frustrating class to say the least. 3 good steers. Yeah, here we go. And what it boiled down to is we got one out here that's just acting natural. He's acting comfortable. He's acting like he should, and yet he has balance and style to him. Go ahead and set up just for a second there, buddy, when you get rolled back around. Is he the prettiest one out here? Is he the most highly fitted? No, he's not. But I tell you what, he just does everything the best of the top 3. As far as when you analyze the muscle structure of him, he doesn't have any hair, so what you see is what you get. When he stops, he stands right. He's very good, and where he wins the class is from his hooks to his pins. From this point to this point. Is the second place steer thicker? Yeah, he probably is, but guess what? He's wound up a little tighter. His pin bone's set here, and it comes down. When the second place steer gets out, he's really wanting to throw them hind legs out. And, I like to use a good hairy one just as well as anyone, but I also am not going to beat a very sound fundamental one on a fit job. And I don't mean that good or bad. I'm just saying that's what it come down to. When you analyze this calf's proportions, when you get your hands on him, he's the one that has to win the class finally in my head. I wanted to use this knothead here in second, not the girl, the calf. He just, he just does not want to be a show steer today. And when he is of that mindset, he accentuates every bad thing that he has going on with him. I love his touch, I love his feel, I love everything about him. But he wants to get out here and fight her on that, duck that tail head down, roll them hind legs under, and kick him out. And boys, that just don't work for me today. I like his eye appeal. I like everything about him. I wish he would just be a show steer today and make that 1-2 position a lot tougher. Good calf, young lady. Sorry you had to put up with him. But the problem steers here in third. If I could just knock about 2 ribs length out of this one, he might end up winning the class. He just is really well. He's balanced. He's stylish. He just isn't the same frame size as the 2 ahead of him. I felt I had to keep those 2 there. I like his hip and rump structure better than I like the second one. I just think he needs to be shortened up and made just a little bit more modern day in his proportions. I like this calf here. Same thing. Happens to this calf. He wants to get just ever so weak right behind his withers there into his heart girth whenever the young man lets him relax. Good market calf. Very well fit. Looks good. Just needs to be proportionally a little better in that heart and rib. Shorten him up, and that'll take care of a lot of that problem. But the young man done a nice job today. Young man's black and white calf, completely different than anything in the class. Didn't meet rate of gain criteria for one, but just a shorter spine, shorter coupled type calf. Young man done a nice job showing him today, though. So tough class for me. Sorry it took so much time, but I wanted to be at peace there.
The results of our main Anjou class, we had our champion being shown by Blake Peck, and the trophy for that is sponsored by Hubbard Feeds Incorporated. The reserve champion is being exhibited by Bailey Searin, and the rosette is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third, with a purple, to Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters. Fourth, with a purple, to Hunter Siebel of the Riverside Ramblers. Fifth, with a red, to Nicholas West of Crooked Creek. Next class we have coming into our ring will be our Shorthorn Plus class. I do want to recognize Colin Greiner of the Franklin Cubs as being a senior 4-H member. His gray polo today is sponsored by Widoff Farm Supply.
Well, I tell you what, I'm ready for an easy class, I guess, because there's just not been one here for a little bit, and I'm sure you are too as it heats up. When this one walks in, you think, boy, there's a show steer. He's going to love that one. And then you kind of get to analyze him harder as I do. He's not quite there condition-wise. He's close. And he's not just absolutely perfect in his feet and legs. He gives you a killer silhouette. Is he as deep-ribbed? Is he as well-finished as the steer in second? No, he's not. And when I say he does some stuff on the hind legs, it bugs me. He was snapping that pastern ever so slightly several times there. But I tell you what, I finally come to the conclusion whenever the steer in second went around the ring, he was far from perfect on his hind legs too. And I am a sucker for a baldy, and I'm a sucker for a show steer. And I just think I had to go ahead with this one. Certainly not perfect in his undercarriage in any way, but certainly has a really good look to him. I think he's the show steer of the bunch, and he's going to go ahead and win the class today. If you're going to hang him on the carcass and want one market ready, we're going to have to slip this one on up into first. I just like to change the way he uses his hind legs significantly. He wants to hawk in a great deal. He wants to just twist and turn on them as he goes. And he just really never has settled in. I think if he would have just settled in and relaxed and went right into a picture pose, I think it'd been over from the get-go. But he just never has. And whenever he wants to just kind of scat around like he does, he really wants to get sharp in the hawk and tuck them under. And that's what landed him in second today. Close placing, I'm not going to argue either way with that one. Young man's calf here in third. Nice white sock calf. Just gives up a little bit on the eye appeal and on the rate of gain, but young man done a really nice job showing him.
Currently in the ring, we have our Simmental steer class. We do have several senior 4-H members. We have Demery Bell of the Franklin Club Cubs. We have Drew Blavelt of the Lime Creek Live Wires, Cale Yagi of the Riverside Ramblers. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. We do want to recognize and thank the Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts for members this year. We also want to recognize the Washington County Farm Bureau for supplying the red superintendent shirts. Many hands make light work to pack up and put away the fair. Fair cleanup will begin at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Sign up in the Extension office if you're wanting to help with this. All help is greatly appreciated. We love to celebrate the hard work of our youth, and we have a new space for that, thanks to the Washington County Fair Board and the Elite Project team for their sponsorship and work on the new photo backdrop. Make sure to use the hashtag WashFair20 on social media so that your hashtag WashCo4H family can follow along. We also want to say thank you to 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville for the fresh shavings in the show ring. Also, we want to say thank you to those who have sponsored and supported the new cattle barn. Some of the animals from today's show will be featured in KDK's online auction. The bidding opens today at 3 p.m. and will close tomorrow at 3 p.m. For more information, visit kdkgroup.com.
Well, I tell you what a menagerie of beasts in this class. 8 semi-tall steers. I'm not going to jump right out there and say the one I use is just a wow cow. He's the most appropriate size, he's the most appropriate look, and he's got the most appropriate shape to him of any. I just wish he would act a little bit more like a show steer, like I mentioned earlier. When he doesn't choose to, he can get a little funny on his hind legs. He can snap that pastern every now and then. He can get a little shorter in his hip structure. But as far as a show steer, when you get on top of him, you get him balanced, he just feels good. He's just proportioned right for a show steer, and he's got that baldy head for a nice look. Coming in second is a steer that if he was 200 or 300 pounds lighter, a couple hundred pounds lighter, would give him a run for his money. He's 1,500, I guess, and still gets out and gets around the ring. He's certainly ready to go. I'd like to change the way he's constructed from about his heart forward, as far as his shoulder and his front legs, how he uses them. He wants to reach out and go. When the young lady gets him stopped and gets him set up, boy, he's really nice. You can just see that there's some issues in that knee and in the verticality of his shoulder. But I think he legitimately has to go in second. The third place steer just kind of falls in there from a balance and size standpoint. He doesn't really do anything wrong. He doesn't really excel in any area. He just is a nice, complete calf. The young man gets him stuck nice and just legitimately falls into 3. If he had a little more bone, a little more power, a little more everything, he could knock on the door of winning this class. Move this young lady steer up. Steer wants to get just a little bit squirrely in the ring, and when he does that, he wants to tuck his loin down and get kind of funny that way. But as you get him relaxed, or when he gets relaxed, he's actually a good fundamental feeding type steer. I think has to move up. This calf's probably just a little overcooked as far as condition. Boy, for as much depth of rib as he does have, and for his weight, he's super sound. He scats right around the ring for the young man. Just like to muscle him up and give him a bit more show ring presence to him, but one that can certainly go, and that's what it's all about, I guess. That's where he excels over this one. When you get your hands on this one, I thought this one might get moved up a little bit too. Still just a little bit raw over the 12th rib. Still just gets a little hesitant with his hind legs and the way he moves them, but a nice, well-balanced steer. If you want to swap that pair, wouldn't argue a bit. Completely different horse of a different color in this. Lots of muscle. Probably the most product of any steer in the class. Gets just a little bit cresty, a little bit bold in his brow there, and gets just a round out of his muscle shape. But still, for as much muscle as he has, is very flexible and easy to walk around the ring. That's where he excels above this one. This old calf just simply gets way uncoordinated out of his front end. Needs a little bit more time at the feed bunk, but a nice class of semi-tall steers.
The results of our semi-tall steer class, we had first with a purple to Peyton Peck. His trophy is sponsored by Thoman Semi-Talls. Second with a purple to Bailey Siren of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Her rosette is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue to Blake Jewell of the 76 Progressives. Fourth with a blue to Damery Bell of the Franklin Cubs. Fifth with a blue to Cale Yegi of the Riverside Ramblers. Sixth with a blue to Aubrey Campbell of the 76 Progressives. Seventh with a blue to Peyton Yegi of the Riverside Ramblers. Eighth with a blue to Drew Blavelt of the Lime Creek Livewires. Currently in the ring, we have our all other breed steers, which includes Shorthorns, Herefords, and Charolais. The Washington County Farm Bureau has generously provided free bottled water for all of our exhibitors and their families. You can find them set up in the 4-H hall. Also, thank you to KCTC for their generous gift to live stream all of our shows. The link that is listed on the show program, you can tune in to watch other shows this week. We appreciate their generous support. Families and friends around the world are getting to enjoy the shows this year. If you want to enjoy the show again by following the link at the top of the show program, you can see all of the previously recorded 2020 Washington County Exhibitor Fair Livestock shows on the KCTC YouTube channel. We do want to recognize Leah Evans. She was the Beef Project Award winner for the 2019 Awards Night. Also, we want to thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts for all of our members.
Well, that last pair, I tell you what, you could argue with me either way you want to go, and I'll talk more in detail about it. But I don't think there's any arguing about which steer has to win the class. As I mentioned earlier, with a black steer, there's show cattle, and then there's cattle that just really know how to show, and this one's one of those. As she gets him stopped and set up, we always start at the face and kind of see how they're thinking, and man, he loves to work them big old fuzzy ears, and then as you analyze him on back, his proportions are just really, really good for a show steer. He's weighing, what did you say, sis? 1275, and you get your hands on him, it's remarkably smooth for 1275. Is he perfect? No, he's not. He's dang near perfect in his phenotype, but the one thing that he does that I would like to change is I just like to make him a little bit more rugged in the way he uses those hind legs, and not rugged in a bad way. He just wants to get a bit tentative as he stands and as he plants them down. I have a feeling I know what his sire is, which is somewhat they do that, and I don't mean that in a bad way. They just don't always stop with those hind legs just exactly right, and they don't always square up. And I never have been able to figure it out, because they look good from their hooks to the pins, and they look, they're balanced and everything else, but they just sometimes in a picture pin they'll struggle with splitting these two hind legs. Now he's got it perfect, but as you stand at a 3/4, instead of just coming in and being authoritative, not slamming it down, not being straight, he just wants to hawk in ever so slightly. I'm getting extremely hard on a really, really good steer. So I'm getting stupid hard on him. Good calf lady, or good calf young lady, and we'll see him back here later. So herein lies the problem with these two. We got one weighing over 1,500 pounds, but he gained 5 pounds a day. He's got show ring presence. He's fitted extremely nice. He's too big. Yes, we all know that. The red roan's probably too small and too quick, so probably more modern day in his frame size. But which way do you go? I guess I'm going to honor the young lady's calf that gained 5 pounds a day, and he is sounder in his structure. The reason I walked 2 or 3 times on this red roan is he just wants to go ahead and click those pasterns and snap them over. And it's kind of like when you choose a religion or choose a church to go to, there's always standards that you always set yourself to first, and my first one is feet and legs. And whenever I see something snap a pastern, which is cracking a pastern, boy, it drives me over the edge, and I caught him doing it several times. That was also in the end thought of how he ends up third instead of reserve. But nice red baldy steer this young man got. Done a nice job getting him stuck. Just run into a buzzsaw of a class. You got him fed good, gained 365 or 364. Folks, I'm telling you what, your rate of gain in this county is phenomenal. It's obvious you got plenty of corn around, but your kids have done phenomenal in feeding these cattle. So let's give this class a nice round of applause.
The results of our all other steers class, we had our champion with a purple being exhibited by Mariah Crone of the Riverside Ramblers 4-H Club. The trophy for all other breeds is sponsored by Nick and Jana Shala family. The reserve received a purple. It goes to Maggie Reiner, and the rosette is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue to Blake Jewell of the 76 Progressives. Fourth with a blue to Cameron Reiner of the Crooked Creek Club. We're now going to have our single source steer class, and this is sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen.
All right. Well, good morning. I'm Kurt Dahlmeyer along with Stephanie Sexton, and we're with the Washington County Cattlemen. And every year we kind of explain this class. This is the single source steer class, kind of similar with the pig class. And what this class is, the kids sign up in October. We like to have them sign up by the 15th to decide that they're going to do this class. And when they do that, we go out and we purchase a group of steers from a producer, and with the idea that they all have similar or very like genetics. And I think if you look at these steers, you can see that they're related. You can just see the extension in their neck and how they hold their head, their bone structure. You can definitely tell that these calves came from the same place. You look at their performance, they're all very similar. When you look at these cattle on the scan side, there are 4 of them that scan just right back to back to back. So, yeah, those 4 were in the top 10 also. And so what we're trying to do with these kids is they come to weigh in. We've got the steers there, all the shots, implants. We get help with Slapcoal Veterinary Clinic donates that work for the kids. We bring them there, they draw numbers, and this is the calf that they drew. So there's really not a lot of selection. The kids show up, here's your calf. And then what separates these kids is how well that they grow them throughout the fair season. And so you see that here today. The other thing, we usually take a field trip, but because of circumstances this year with COVID-19, we weren't able to take them on a field trip. Now, some of these exhibitors have been on our field trip before. We've gone to packing houses, sale barns, equipment dealers. We've done a lot of different variety meat stuff that lets these kids know what's under the hide. They get to see it. It's very educational, and you talk to any of them, and they really enjoy it. The other thing that these kids get to do, they also get extra money that's been donated. Agroid Partners has helped sponsor, as well as Washington County Cattlemen. They are placing the top 5 live will receive cash prizes, and then also the top 5 in carcass will receive extra cash. So it's a very unique class. It's something that we feel has been a nice addition to the cattle show.
So I get the fun part. I get to hand out some money for the scan data. And when we scanned all these calves, Kurt said 4 of them were in the top 10. All of them were choice. And so the kids have done just a superb job. So on the scan results, so we're going to do the scan results until Mr. He's back. So we're going to embarrass him anyhow and see how he does. So the scan results in You can go ahead and do your thing, Brad. We're just giving out some money. So money to you too. Yeah, there you go. So 5th place in the scan data was Sophie Bell, and she gets $25 if my memory's right. In 4th place is Connor Strand, and they get $40. In 3rd place is his brother, Cooper, who gets $60. In 2nd place is our first timer into this contest, is Mr. Will Klein, and he gets $75. And winning it this year in the scan data is our current Washington County Beef Queen, Miss Ellie Bell, and she gets $100. And then we'll see, we're going to do the same sort of money payout for live placings. And so these youngsters will receive those checks when they exit the ring. I think that's all we have to say. We would encourage anybody that wants to take part in this program next year to let the extension staff, Amy, know, and we'll be glad to help them out. So thank you. By October 15th, I'm reminded by Kurt. So thanks, everyone.
We do have 3 senior 4-H members out in the ring at this time. We have Colin Greiner, Sophie Bell, and Ellie Bell. Let's give them a round of applause. And actually, while I've been working on the microphone, I see that Leah Evans has arrived also. So,
Well, I tell you what, this is definitely not my comfort zone, and you couldn't you couldn't draw on a piece of paper 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 any more similar, you know, to basically basically an all show cattle eye, and I guess we just do the same fundamental indicators: strength of top, soundness, functionability. I think this one surfaces the top quite handily. You know, is he a show steer? No, he's just a real well balanced, good market animal, regardless of you know, how he's bred or how much hair he's got on him or how he's fit. Just balances well. You analyze all different 3 dimensions of his muscle shape, and he's got it, and he does a real nice. She does a real nice job getting him showed. I think the one that follows him closely is the young lady steer in second. Maybe just not quite as balanced or as structurally sound getting around the ring as the steer in first, but quite possibly could have more carcass merit to him. Once again, there's a fine balance between you know, show ring soundness and feedlot soundness, and obviously I'm judging them for the show ring, and obviously they've done their part in getting to where they're at from a feedlot basis. Young man coming out in third, you know, just kind of surface. We'd like to clean the brisket up on this one ever so slightly, but guess what? I like brisket. So it's always kind of a catch-22 when you say you'd like to clean the brisket up, but you got a smoker at home. So as close to the top 2 as I could find in his eye appeal and in his balance. Might be a little further done than the 2 ahead of him. That might get him in the carcass stats, but it'd be interesting for me to read those stats, or somebody just to tell me how badly I screwed this class up. I like this calf here a lot. He's probably needs to be up another notch or 2. He just simply didn't want to show very well today, and it was hard for me to get a good read on him in this class. Next calf coming out. You know, I had him up there a ways further to begin with. As I viewed him, I thought he just funneled at the base of his hind legs there just ever so slightly, which tells me there's probably not quite as much muscle right there as he goes out of the ring. Hard for me to read, to be honest with you. All these are. This calf here, just not quite as balanced from front to rear, deepens in his chest, shallows in his flank, and goes with his hind legs underneath him. And then the third there, the young man's calf coming out here, just simply gives up some of the overall mass as the cattle ahead of him.
The results of our single source steer class, we have first with a purple going to Sophie Bell of the Green Acres Club. And her trophy was sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen's Association. Second with a purple to Ellie Bell of Green Acres, and the rosette for that is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple to Cooper Strand of the 76 Progressives. Fourth with a purple to Will Klein of the 76 Progressives. Fifth with a purple to Connor Strand of the 76 Progressives. Sixth with a purple to Wyatt Stout of the Jackson Jets. And seventh with a blue to Wyatt Stout of the Jackson Jets. Currently in the ring, we have our first class of crossbred steers. This is the lightweight division. We do want to recognize the Washington County Farm Bureau for sponsoring the red superintendent shirts. Many hands make light work as we pack up and put away the fair. If you're wanting to help with the fair cleanup, it begins at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Make sure to sign up in the extension office. First, all help is greatly appreciated. Also, we would love to celebrate the hard work of our youth. We have a new space for that. We want to say thank you to the Washington County Fair Board and also to the Elite Project Team for their sponsorship and work on the new photo backdrop. Make sure to use the hashtag WashCoFair or WashFair20 on social media so that your hashtag WashCo4H family can follow along. A thank you to 4H Wood Products of Crawfordsville for the fresh shavings in the show ring. Also, the new and hard-to-miss addition to the fairgrounds is our beautiful new cattle barn. Thank you to all who sponsored and supported this project in various ways, and to the Washington County Fair Board for their continuous improvements and dedication to the fairgrounds. We do want to thank Hammis Brothers Sawmill and Ollie for donating the wood chips for the cattle barn this year. Also, some of the animals from today's show will be featured on the KDK's online auction. Bidding opens today at 3 p.m. and will close tomorrow at 3 p.m. For more information, visit kdkgroup.com. We do want to thank them for giving this opportunity for an auction this year. Additionally, we want to thank Michael Houston of Pioneer Hybrid for paying the beef checkoff fees for these individuals. Carcass scan fees are paid in part by Evans Welding.
these calves aren't placed. It's one of those times in the show that's kind of crucial. I want to make sure we're all on the same page as to why I'm going to do what I'm going to do. We got, granted, this is still just the lightweight class. I understand this, but this will be your lightweight champion, whichever one I select. Coming back from the restroom break, I just wanted you to know that I did accomplish one thing that I did in the last show. I was out in West Virginia for the West Virginia Block and Bridle. I don't judge a lot. I don't want to judge a lot. In fact, I don't judge any county fairs normally because I like my summertime off after filming from August 10th till June 1st. But I was asked by some good customers and friends of mine to do this, and I agreed to it. But the West Virginia show was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. But right before the final drive, I took a restroom break and come back out, and I give one tremendous final drive speech with my fly open. Yeah, boy. That's hard on a guy's ego, Bones, you know it? It's hard on a guy's ego. I thought my buddy was joking when he texted me, but he wasn't. Well, I tell you what, I'm all about proportions. I'm all about build. I think that's what separates that show out there. Had 5 steers that were flat phenomenal. Any one of them would have given the champion at the Iowa Beef Expo a run. And I just enjoy having to think that hard on the elite show cattle. And we have 2 elite show cattle standing out here right now. And obviously, the way they're fitted and the way they're presented, everybody's going to want to know why they got beat or why they won. And as I said, I'm all about proportions, and I'm all about feet and legs and placement. And I think there's just one steer out here that is more my frame, more my proportions, more my look, more my build. One that can be managed a little easier on the road, or can be held a little longer, possibly than one. The longer the spine we get, the harder it is to drop the flank and to get the hind leg just exactly right. I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady steer to win the class. I think that's what he does. I think he's short enough spined. I think he plants that hind leg down just absolutely perfect. You're fine, thank you. And that's, you get on top of him, just tremendous back shape, tremendous stifle shape. And when you ask him to go on the move, doesn't disappoint you whatsoever. Neither steer disappoints you. Where I use him over this steer is just simply in the length of body and the depth of rib and the frame size and the way he comes down on his 2 rear feet and legs. Is he horrible? No, he's not bad at all that way. It's just, he's just not as comfortable as the steer that goes out in first. 2 tremendous show steers, wouldn't argue one bit with anybody that wants to flip-flop him. A good steer in third. Really good steer in third, just simply doesn't balance up through his front 1/3 quite as nicely as those 2 steers above him. Doesn't have quite the overall depth of rib and power of the 2 calves, but the young man gets everything out of him that he possibly can. Highly presented, highly shown. Nice job, young man. I love the Charlet steer coming out. It's too bad he couldn't be. I think he's out a little bit. I love his style, I love his build. I film a lot in Oklahoma. He is a definite Oklahoma, Texas type of calf. His balance is really good. His muscle shape's really good. He could slick shear and do really well. I like to change him a little bit out of the way he moves out of the 2 hind legs, just soften him up and help him to stride out just a little bit better. But just simply more product in the calf here. The baldy calf that comes next. Baldy calf wants to get a little bit rigid on those rear pasterns too, as I mentioned earlier. Doesn't have the overall width and dimension of the cattle above him. The 2 calves following out just simply aren't quite as heavy as the ones above them. This is the only lightweight class, and young exhibitors have done a nice job with them. Just got outpowered today.
The results of our first class of crossbred steers, the lightweight division. We had first with a purple going to Bryn Young of the Lime Creek Limelights. The trophy for that division is sponsored by CBI Bank and Trust. The second place with receiving a purple and reserve in that class goes to Sophie Seiko of the Horse and Pony Club, and her rosette is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. We have third with a purple going to Matt Colbert of the Riverside Ramblers. We have fourth with a purple going to Erica Thoman of the Highlanders. Fifth with a blue going to Madison Thoman of the Highlanders. Sixth with a blue going to Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Limelights. And seventh with a red to Stella Janicek of the Horse and Pony Club. I do want to recognize Jordan Hammond, who is one of our senior 4-H members. She's a member of the 76 Progressives Club. Let's give Jordan a round of applause.
Well, we got one that sticks out like a sore thumb in here. And I just, the only thing I'm trying to figure out about this calf is if he was clipped with a chainsaw or a weed eater. I mean, if I had a calf that good, I would have wanted somebody clipping a calf that looked a lot better than that. I don't know, maybe if you clipped him, I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. Okay. I really don't have any idea who got him ready or clipped him, but they knew what they was doing, and I always like to harass whoever that is because to get one looking like that, boys, it's a lot of time. And then about 20 years later, you get 3 ruptured discs in your lower back for all that bending over the groom and shoot, just as a point of reference. But what do you say about this one here? Big-footed, big bone, square hip, proportions are absolutely perfect. Baldy face, that one weighing 26, 1326. I mean, that's a show steer. That's got the bells and the whistles that we talked about earlier. Nice calf. We'll see how he stacks up. He'll be your champion middleweight division, I guess. We'll see what else is out there. Next calf coming in. Boy, if old Baldy hadn't showed up, this one would have looked pretty good. I guess his name's Tank, judging by his ear tag. And just a really complete, well-balanced calf. Sound. He's fed good. You can tell that. If I'm going to change anything about old Tank, I'm going to jack that tail head up ever so slightly. It wants to set down in his rump just ever so slightly. Shortens him up from hooks to pins. But a calf that's been shown well, presented well, fed well, just run into a Baldy that's pretty special. Next Baldy coming out, I moved him up to third simply on his movement. Young lady gets everything out of him she can. She gets him out there and lets him go. And by movement, I just mean obviously his ability to track around the ring. He doesn't have near the product that the steer in fourth has, but the steer in fourth just comes apart at the seams on both ends as you ask him to get out and go. You get on top of him, man, a big old square hip and a big old top and a lot of product in him. But when you ask him to scat down the ring here, he, like I say, he needs to straighten up on both ends, and that would have had him up 2 or 3 spots for sure. I like the old semi-steer. We raised several when I was a boy about that same color. You get your hands on him, he's surprisingly more finished than what he looks. Just probably doesn't have enough show ring pizzazz to get him up any further. Good fundamental steer, though.
The results of our middleweight crossbred steer class, we had first with a purple going to Mason Shalla of the Riverside Ramblers. The trophy for that division is sponsored by Federation Bank. Second with a purple goes to Jordan Hammond of the 76 Progressives. The rosette is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue to Lily Clark of Crooked Creek Club. Fourth with a blue to Riley Hahn of the Lime Creek Livewires. Fifth with a blue to Tess Berto of the Franklin Cubs. We now in the ring have our first class of heavyweight crossbred steers. So currently in the ring we have our first class of heavyweight crossbred steers. We do want to recognize Lauren Siren of the 76 Progressives as being one of our senior 4-H member. Let's give Lauren a round of applause. Some of the animals from today's show will be featured on KDK's online auction. Bidding opens on Thursday at 3 p.m. and closes on Friday at 3 p.m. For more information, visit kdkgroup.com. Also, we want to thank Angus Brothers Sawmill of Ollie for donating the wood chips for the cattle barn this year. We also want to say thank you to Michael Houston of Pioneer Hybrid for sponsoring the beef checkoff fees. Wood chips in the beef stalls are donated by Angus Brothers Sawmill of Ollie. And shavings in the show ring are donated by Joe Hostetler of 4-H Wood Products. Carcass scan fees are paid in part by Evans Welding. The new and hard-to-miss addition to the fairgrounds is our beautiful new cattle barn. Thank you to all who sponsored and supported this project in various ways, and to the Washington County Fair Board for their continuous improvements and dedication to the fairgrounds. We love to celebrate the hard work of our youth, and we have a new space for that, thanks to the Washington County Fair Board and the Elite Project Team for their sponsorship and work on the new photo backdrop. Make sure to use the hashtag WashFair20 on social media so that your hashtag WashCo4H family can follow along. Our judge today for our Market Beef Show is Brad Hook. Many hands will make light work in order to pack up and put away the fair. Fair cleanup begins at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Sign up in the extension office first. All help is greatly appreciated.
Somewhat challenging class here. Just when you go out and you look for style and balance and yet some product, this one ain't got a stitch of hair on him. And when this young lady gets him out and gets him going, he's really got the nicest silhouette. When you get behind him, you get your hands on him, he's actually got the product. But as I said earlier, he don't have a stitch of hair on him, so you're seeing what you get. He's basically a slick shear steer. And, he's really pretty smooth in that manner. I think he has to travel to the top, and he does so over the hairier steer in second, just based on his overall maturity pattern, I guess would be the proper term. This one here just, you like proportions, and I like shorter rib proportions, but he just gets a little bit too far on the edge for me in that department. He gets just a little bit quicker in his crest, a little bit bolder in the point of his lower shoulder, and he's got a lot of product, just like to smooth it out. Here's where the Baldy that really didn't want nothing to do with the show ring today falls into third. He's more like the first place steer, not a stitch of hair, but he's extremely correct in his overall makeup. Just doesn't have as much pizzazz, or actually just didn't. There we go again. Didn't do himself any favors today getting showed. The old Charlet steer, tons of muscle, tons of product, probably too much to move up. Just has a little trouble on them hind feet, setting them down correctly. The young man's done an incredible job feeding, incredible with a 3.24 gain, but just simply needs to be a shot more of a show steer, shot smoother in his movement and a makeup to get above. Same thing with this one, just loses me when it comes down to his feet and legs and shoulder. Just needs to relax and be a lot more correct in his design to move up. Well, I'm going to go all purples on this class. My goodness. I mean, I would almost bet there's not a county fair in the state of Iowa that's had this many good gaining steers. And I know gain's a game. It's just a game like growing hair and everything else. But 575 on the end steer is that's your champion rated gain, from what I've been told, is phenomenal. Now, is he a show steer? Obviously not. But she's to be commended for that 575 gain. I sorted out the one that I thought was the closest to phenotypically right for the show ring. That's my job here today. Is he got the most product? Is he the thickest? Is he the deepest? Is he the widest? No, he's not, but he's just the most balanced, and he's going to go into first place today. You can go ahead and go on out. I went ahead and brought the 1,800 pounder up. I tell you what, he's just so stout, and he handles it relatively good for what he's got there. And I just felt that he had to go second in this heavyweight class. He just moves a little better than the steer that's probably a little more appropriate size and weight. This steer, you can go ahead. This steer here, just as you ask him to get out and move, just doesn't quite handle either set of legs good enough to go on up. I love his style and balance. I love his look. He could be right up there at the top if he could get out and get going a little bit better. So the final two steers here are just very similar. Just big-bodied, good feeding, good doing steers. I tell you what, young people, you've done a phenomenal job. Like I said, they're awesome rate of gains. 527 on this one. If I ever had a 527 rate of gain and I got beat, I would think, what in the world? And sure enough, he got beat by half a pound. So 572. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
The results from our second class of heavyweights, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Maggie Reiner of Crooked Creek, second with a purple to Connor Strand of the 76 Progressives, third with a purple to Tate Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters, fourth with a purple to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives, fifth with a purple to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Currently in the ring, we're having our champion and reserve championship drive for the heavyweight division. From our first class, we had first place being exhibited by Lauren Lukuski of the Washington Go-Getters, and second by Lauren Searin of the 76 Progressives. From our second class, we had first being exhibited by Maggie Reiner of Crooked Creek, and second by Connor Strand of the 76 Progressives. Following this class, we will be selecting the overall grand champion and the top 5. The Division III trophy is sponsored by Bruce and Leanna Watson, and the rosette by the Schneider Family Farms.
Well, as we come down to the selection of the champion heavyweight steer, I think there's one that's still just kind of an appropriate size and appropriate build for a show steer. And the young lady out of the first class, you're going to be your champion heavyweight today. We don't need to move them around anymore. I think as you analyze the reserve versus the other class winner, I think we're going to keep the frame sizes together. In fact, if you wanted to use the reserve or this girl's second over this one due to the amount of product it has, that's fine. I don't put all my judging criteria on the amount of carcass value they have. I like them silky smooth and sound. As I said in class, a little bold in the shoulder, a little plainer neck, and a little crestier, but he's going to be your reserve champion heavyweight today. So.
Our champion for the heavyweight division is shown by Lauren Lukowski, and our reserve by Lauren Siren. Coming up next, we're going to have our Grand Championship Drive. We're going to be bringing back in the champions from each of the divisions. I'll try to make those announcements as we go through. Before we start our Grand Championship Drive, we're going to have some guests that are going to talk for just a little bit.
On behalf of the Washington County Fair Board, we would like to thank everybody for coming out for the exhibitor fair today. I wanted to bring the Cattle Barn Committee out and introduce them. Kurt Dahlmeyer, Dean Siren, Jared Horning, Sanford Rugg, Chris Janicek, Jeff Bohr, and Hootie, also known as Kevin Hora, and Jerome Vitito. 3.5 years ago, we started this project. Jeff came to a board meeting and he said, hey, I got a vision, I got a little bit of a plan, and we need to talk about building a new barn. Through that meeting, we decided that it was time. The barns were getting old and rickety, and as of last Saturday, it is completed. With all of your help, your donations, a lot of you coming out and helping us take down the old barns, we sure appreciate it. And we want to thank everybody for helping us out and making this brand new barn future of the Washington County Fair.
All right, we're going to get started with our Grand Championship drive. So our produce market steer, it was exhibited by Jade Sheets. Our dairy steer was shown, our champion was shown by Tate Stumpf. Our champion market heifer was exhibited by Rylan Shalla. Our champion returning bucket bottle market steer by Ethan Hotchkiss. Our returning bucket bottle market heifer is exhibited by Cameron Reiner. Our champion Angus by Peyton Pack. Champion red Angus by Leah Evans. Our champion Kiania by Sophie Seiko. Our champion Main and Shoe by Blake Peck. Champion Shorthorn Plus by Connor Shalla. Our champion Scimitar by Peyton Pack. Our champion All Other Breeds by Mariah Crone. Our champion for the lightweight division being exhibited by Bran Young. Oh, I'm sorry, our single source. I missed our single source here. Hold on. Is shown today by Sophie Bell, and our champion in the lightweight by Bran Young. Our middleweight by Mason Shalla. And our heavyweight division by Lauren Lukowski. Let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause. Just a reminder that some of the animals from today's show will be featured on KDK's online auction. Bidding opens today at 3 p.m. and will close tomorrow at 3 p.m. For more information, visit kdkgroup.com. I think we'll also take this time, I do want to take just a moment and thank all of our ring help today. I do want to thank Pat Schneider. I also want to thank those who have been out helping line up everything and making sure that everything came into the ring as it should. And also to our royalty who have been very, very helpful in making sure that we get ribbons and trophies all to the right places. And we've got some great help up here at our desk. Just to make sure that the whole show goes as planned. So if we can give these guys a round of applause for all the work that they've put in.
What we're going to try and do is just go ahead and pray to everybody around, and then we'll profile all the way around. I could pull some out. I really don't want to show my hand right now, so we're going to let everybody's in contention right now as we lead around.
I'll go through who we've got out here in the ring one more time. Our produce market steer champion today is shown by Jade Sheets. Our champion dairy steer by Tate Stumpf. Our champion market heifer by Ryland Shalla. Our champion returning bucket bottle market steer by Ethan Hotchkiss. Our champion returning bucket bottle market heifer by Cameron Reiner. For our breed champions, we start with Angus. We have Peyton Pack. For Red Angus, Leah Evans. Kiania, Sophie Seiko. For our main Anjou, Blake Pack. For Shorthorn Plus, Connor Shalla. Simmental, Peyton Pack. All other breeds, Mariah Crone. Our single source champion today is exhibited by Sophie Bell. For our crossbred division, we had our lightweight division champion being shown by Bryn Young, our middleweight by Mason Shalla, and our heavyweight by Lauren Lukowski.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it might be 2020, and our country might be in a mess right now, but I'll guarantee you one thing, the Washington County Fair Market Show is not. Give these exhibitors a huge round of applause. Give yourself a huge round of applause for allowing them to come to town with these livestock projects and to kind of stamp the coupon on their summer's worth of, well, years worth of work, basically. Thank you for asking me. As I said earlier, I really don't judge much anymore. The reason being is I just get tired of looking at show cattle. Do it 10 months a year, and I kind of like to have my time off during the summer, but I was asked by a very good family friend and agreed. I've known and I've watched, we've showed in this ring numerous times. I've judged in this ring before, but we've showed hogs in here. I believe we had Champion Barrel here one time, or Reserve, I can't remember. But speaking of which, we purchased hogs from 2 or 3 families from over here, Jamie Searin and Shane Brenning and Merrick's, all who's, I've watched their kids grow up, and let me clarify. I've watched their kids grow up. They never have grown up, or probably never will grow up, I'm assuming. Can I get an amen or not, huh? Just teasing. Good friends of mine. Washington County has a very strong hog presence, and guess what? You got a very strong steer presence standing in this ring, too. How do I know that? Because I'm the MC for the Iowa Beef Expo, for the Iowa Showdown, 2 or 3 of the showdowns, and then the All Iowa Showdown. And herein lies where I need to get it right, because the game's not over right now. We don't have a state, well, we do have a state fair this year. I don't know what we got, to be honest with you. Hopefully we just get to do whatever's going to happen up there in Des Moines. But I guarantee you we do have an All Iowa Showdown coming up, and that has become quite a fun event. Getting to a showdown and then getting through that showdown on. I think my champions today, I think it's going to take an awful good one to turn them, is what I think. And that being said, one more time, if you would, give the staff here, give the parents, give the exhibitors, give everybody that you are family with here a big round of applause, because you got to have your family reunion. I'm sure there's fussing and fighting and everything else, just like every other county fair, just like every county or family reunion. But guess what? It's going to be over here in about 2 minutes, and we're going to hopefully have a real county fair next year and a real state fair, and no COVID. Once again, I'm not going to go on much longer. I started a podcast a while back based on the last show I judged. And in that last show, as I was telling you about giving my final drive speech with my fly undone, unfortunately, still hurts my ego, I used the word genuine in there. And I said that we all need to be genuine. We've got away from that quite a bit. Social media lends that double-edged sword to where you can be a big man on a phone or on a computer and do some stuff that you really shouldn't have and never get punched in the mouth for doing it. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't be punched in the mouth, but I'm saying when I was a boy, that pretty much cured it. So genuine. I started a podcast called Genuine JBH, in which I interview all 4 species, the top people in the nation. And there's currently 5 episodes out, I believe, or 4. 5th one's getting ready to go up on Monday. If you don't listen to podcasts and you say, I don't get into that technology, guess what? Your grandparents, your great-grandparents did. They sat around a radio and they listened. And here's what happens when you sit around a radio or headphones or smartphones and you listen. It sinks into your brain, okay? You don't, it's not a visual. It goes from one person's brain to another, and that's very important. And that's the thing about being genuine. I really couldn't tell you. I know several people here. As these kids come in the ring, I really didn't have a clue who they was. Doesn't matter. The cattle sorted themselves. And I tell you what, it's been a pleasure. I'm glad I got to come up here, even though it did feel a little eerie. Just being a select few felt a little bit underground, like an underground party I was coming into. But I'm going to select your, I guess, top 5, and I'll see some of those on down at the showdowns and or the Iowa State Fair, hopefully. So once again, thanks a bunch, folks. I've had a blast doing it. Great set of kids, great set of cattle.
We have a lot of awards that we'll be giving out during this. For the top 5, the overall ribbons are sponsored by Colbert Carpet Care. The top 5 overall awards are sponsored by Washington County Cattlemen's Association. The Grand Champion Trophy is sponsored by Triple G Livestock of Leon, Knoll, and Nathan Greiner. The Grand Champion Market Beef will receive a belt buckle from the Washington County Cattlemen's Association. They will receive a chair from the Lenz Show Cattle, Brian and Ben Lenz. Cash awards from the Washington County Cattlemen's Association and Joyce Nebel. The Reserve Champion Trophy is sponsored by CBI Bank and Trust. There's also a cash award sponsored by Boer Farms. Our grand champion today is Mason Shallow. Let's give him one more round of applause. Coming into the ring as the reserve in that division is Jordan Hammond. Following the selection of the top 5, we are going to be recognizing our top 10 carcass steer and heifers. We'll also, those will be just the kids that will need to come up, and then we'll start with our senior showmanship following that. Our reserve champion today is exhibited by Bryn Young. Her calf came out of the lightweight division. Let's give her one more round of applause. The reserve from the lightweight division is exhibited by Sophie Seiko. Third place goes to Rylan Shalla from the Market Heifer Division. Fourth place, Sophie Seiko. And fifth place goes to Mariah Crone. Let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. They've done a great job today. Okay, we are now going to be recognizing our rate of gains and top 5. So I'm going to make some announcements out in the for kids to come in. We're just going to do kids to come in for our rate of gain and our carcass scans. All right, we're going to start today with our top 10 rate of gain. So I need to make sure that I have up in the ring at this time. I need Will Klein, Peyton Yagi, Connor Strand, Ellie Bell. I need Jace Kalupa, Maggie Reiner, Cooper Strand. I need all of those individuals in the ring. And what we'll do is we're going to make these announcements, and we'll hand out some awards. And then we're going to start with rate of gain. So I'll just have you step out when I announce your name, and then you can step back. So we do have a tie for 10th. So in 10th place for our rate of gain, with their calves gaining 4.3 per day, I have Will Klein, Peyton Yagi, and Connor Strand. In 9th place, with a calf gaining 4.43, is Ellie Bell. Jace Kalupa, it actually receives 8th and 7th place. His calves gain 4.77 and 4.8. We then go to 6th place of Connor Strand. Calf weight gained 4.86. Maggie Reiner of Crooked Creek, calf gained 5 pounds per day. Izzy Kalupa with 4th place, calf gained 5.18. Now we have a tie for reserve. So one of you is going to get a trophy today, or is going to get a ribbon today. And then we will get some more for you. We just don't have everything up here right now. So we have, we do have ribbons. Okay, so if I could have Cooper Strand and Jace Kalupa step forward. You tied with 5.27. And our champion goes to Izzy Kalupa with a gain of 5.72. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. All right, we'll let you guys kind of head over that way. Some of you I need to keep. I need Jace, Izzy to stay. I also need...
They
Yeah.
have the ribbons.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll get you ribbons before you leave. I'll wait a second here. I'm getting ahead of myself. If I could have also, if you guys just want to come forward and grab, you can come up and get your ribbons. We're going to do the market heifer, the ultrasound beef performance carcass contest winners also. So I need to make sure I have Adrian Blavelt, I need Drew Blavelt, Grace Conway, Tate Bombi, Anna Dua, Izzy Kalupa, and Jace Kalupa. All right, we're going to recognize our market heifer individuals. So, in 7th place, we have Adrian Blavelt. In 7th place. Okay, we have 6th place going to Drew Blavelt. 5th place going to Grace Conway. We have 4th place going to Tate Bombi. We have 3rd place, this is heifers. We are going to, 3rd place goes to Anna Dua, and she's not up here. Phelan, she's not up here. And then 2nd place, our reserve, goes to Izzy Kalupa. And our champion goes to Jace Kalupa. Let's give them a round of applause. And all of this information is in your program, so you can look at all the other information. 3rd was was Anna Dua.
These was heifers, right?
That was heifers. Now we're going to go on to steers. So I need the following individuals to be out in the ring. So I'll need to have Izzy Kalupa, Connor Strand, Cooper Strand, Will Klein, Ellie Bell, and those would be the individuals I will need. So I'll need Cooper Strand, Jace Kalupa, Izzy Kalupa, Connor Strand, Jace Kalupa, Ellie Bell, Will Klein. We'll need all those individuals in the ring. All right, so we're going to get started with our ultrasound beef performance carcass contest winners for the market steer. In 10th place, we have Izzy Kalupa. We're looking for ribbons, so hold on just a second. You can go ahead and give her a round of applause, though. 10th place goes to Izzy. You're doing a great job, by the way. We might have just given Phelan the hardest job of the day. We're trying to sort and find people. All right. In 9th place, we have Connor Strand. In 8th place, we have Cooper Strand. And Phelan is now getting her steps for the day. We have 7th place going to Will Klein. We have 6th place going to Ellie Bell. We have 5th place going to Jace Kalupa. We have 4th place going to Izzy Kalupa. We have 3rd place going to Connor Strand. Reserve going to Jace Kalupa. And our champion being out here today is Cooper Strand. Let's give these kids one more round of applause. All right, thank you guys. And just some information to go with that. So the Steer Champion Trophy was sponsored by Libertyville Savings Bank of Keota. There was a cash award for that, and that was sponsored by Lanny and Margaret Branning. The Heifer Champion Trophy was sponsored by Vidito Insurance Incorporated, Don Vidito. The Reserve Rosettes were sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. The top 10 in the carcass and in the steer and heifer division ribbons are sponsored by Dahlmeyer Farms. There's also some cash awards for that. Donors include Farmers Co-op of Keota and Ainsworth, Washington State Bank, Pioneer Seeds, Terry Greiner, Libertyville Savings Bank of Keota, U.S. Bank, Insurance Solutions Agency, LLC, Roger Poltrance, American Family Insurance, Andrew Pelzer Agency, Bruce and Leanna Watson, Animal Health International, Crawford Meat Plant, George Colthurst, United Animal Health, Virgil Meyer. For the top 10 rated game, the overall ribbons were sponsored by the Washington County Fair Board. The trophy was sponsored by Hills Bank and Trust. The cash award was sponsored by the Nate and Ann Kalupa family. The Reserve Rosette was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Next, coming into the ring, we're going to have our senior showmanship. So we'll see when we're ready to do that, but we're going to start with senior, then intermediate, and then junior. Currently in the ring, we have our senior showmanship class. The plaque for the top senior showman is sponsored by Liquid Grow of Washington and the Reserve Rosette by Schneider Family Farms. The Washington County Farm Bureau has been generously providing bottled water for our exhibitors and their families today. You can find them set up in the 4-H hall. Also, we want to thank KCTC for their generous gift of our live stream. There is a link in the show program so you can continue to tune in as we finish up our fair week very shortly. We appreciate their generous support. Friends and family have been able to watch from several distances and have been able to enjoy the fair. You can enjoy this show again by following the link at the top of the show program to see all of the previously recorded 2020 Washington County Exhibitor Fair livestock shows in the KCTC YouTube channel. We do want to recognize Leah Evans, who's out in the ring currently right now. She is our 2019 4-H Project Award winner for beef. We also want to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts for each member this year. Also, we want to say thank you to Widoff Farm Supply for supplying the gray polos that our senior 4-H members have been wearing. We also want to thank the Washington County Farm Bureau for providing the red polos to our show superintendents. Many hands make light work to pack up and put away the fair. Fair cleanup will begin at 8 a.m. on Saturday. Make sure you sign up at the Extension office beforehand. All help is greatly appreciated. We also want to say thank you to 4-H Wood Products of Crawfordsville for the fresh shavings in the show ring.
Well, I'm not done here by no means, but also not going to work you a lot harder. But you remember how I bragged on your county about being really, really good feeders? I'm going to maybe get just a little bit, and I don't want to make you mad, but we got a little bit of room for showmanship in this county. And maybe it's just because of it's the only time of the year that we get to show, but you know, I've judged several national showmanship deals throughout my 55 years, and I'm just going to tell you, there was a couple points in the day today that if the stick would have been on fire, the result would have been different probably. Probably not in the whole big picture, but certainly in a class or a division or two. And I don't know, you know, showmanship is not difficult. You got one job. You become one with your calf and you get them set in that picture pose. And you do it as smoothly and as efficiently as possible. And it's all about the calf. It's all about the control of the calf. But here's also the secret. It has to happen at home too. And I can tell you pretty well the number of cattle that have been to numerous shows and have been worked with numerous times at home for showmanship, okay? And shows are won at home, folks. Kirk Sturwalt says it all the time. It's true. You can't expect to make up a lot of ground when you get to the county fair because everybody and everything is in a dither, generally. So There's been a couple of our seniors out here that kind of stuck out to me during the day. I'm going to continue to work 3 or 4 of them, 2 or 3 of them, whatever I pull out a little bit. And I'm looking for specific things, and I'm not going to tell them just right now what I'm looking for, but it's not that hard. Just as I said earlier, I'm gonna pull some of you in, I'm going to keep some of you out and work you, and we'll go from there. I know it's hot. I'm not going to make a big production out of this, but there's 2 or 3 or 4 that need to show me that they want to win. It's all about feed placement. And why is it all about feed placement? You say, well, when you get the feed placement right, you balance them and you hide any of their flaws that way. The picture pose is just what I directed that young man into. You want them front feet, his slightly staggered back. You've let your hind leg go back just a little bit more. And the reason why you need to pull your hind leg up, it covers that flank that gets a little bit shallow. Whenever I'm standing here looking, there we go. Boom. Now you got him. You got him dead on. And that's the way you should have been in class. I think you still won anyway. Young lady down here, probably the most natural in the entire class here today. She's fighting a 1,650-pound steer. So I realize that. Young lady, I like your intensity. I like your style. You got control. This young lady here, her old steer finally decided to show today. If he'd have done that in class, I don't know. It might have been different because he was doing everything wrong, including acting up, and it was accentuating every one of his bad points. But she's got him stuck now today. Picture pose. Young lady, I like your intensity. Just need to really stay on. And your calf's probably not structurally the easiest one in here to do. And that's when you've really got to pay attention, okay? When you really got to pay attention. I like the control that you have of your calf. He's not always acted the best today either, but you've stayed intense with him. Extremely smooth on the red steer. In class and in here today, I would prefer you giving me just a little bit of a shot, better look at him this way to be ideal for the time being. But I can't, whenever he gets in behind this one and gets to looking that way, all I can see is his hind quarter. Good group of seniors here. I'm gonna pick a champion reserve. I'm gonna give every one of them a purple. How about that? Huh? How about that? It's been too rough of a year, and you guys have done too good of a job today. And I realize it's getting hot, and I realize it's these are your buddies, and summer's almost over. I hate to break the news to you, but it's almost over, unfortunately. I got to pick a couple. I think there's a couple that surfaced during the day, like I say, and especially whenever they had the chance to get it done right. And granted, it all goes back to what I said earlier. If you can get them out and you can drag them, I don't care whether it's goats, sheep, hogs, or cattle. The more experience they have in here gives you more experience, and in turn allows you to get along better. I think there's one lady out here today that has finally done what I wanted her to do all day long. Young lady, you're going to be champion showman today. You bet. I think there's another one that was extremely close all day long. I really liked her ring presence. She come in control with her calf. She got him stuck, and as I said earlier, wasn't that easy a task leading a 1,650 pounder. Congratulations to you. You bet.
Our champion senior showman today is Bailey Siren, and our reserve is Leah Evans. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause as they're leaving the ring. Currently coming into the ring, we have our intermediate showmanship classes. The plaque for the intermediate showman, the top intermediate showman, is sponsored by Irwin Farms, and the reserve is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. I'm going to say for the new and hard-to-miss addition to the fairgrounds is our beautiful new cattle barn. Thank you to all who sponsored and supported this project in various ways, and to the Washington County Fair Board for their continuous improvements and dedication to the fairgrounds. Also, we want to say thank you to Hammis Brothers Sawmill of Ollie for donating the wood chips in the cattle barn this year. In addition, some of the animals from today's show will be featured in KDK's online auction. The bidding will open today at 3 and will close on Friday at 3. For more information, visit kdkgroup.com. We do also want to say thank you to Michael Houston of Pioneer Hybrid for taking care of the beef checkoff fees. The shavings in the show ring have been donated by Joe Hostetler of 4H Wood Products. Carcass scan fees are paid in part by Evans Welding. If anyone is interested and would like to support a special class or department for next year's fair, please reach out to the Washington County Extension Office.
All right, intermediates, I want to play a little game here. We're just going to keep about 2 body lengths movement, and then I want to watch you set them up again, okay? So just keep going around, right on around the ring here, about 2 body lengths, and then show me what you got. That'll work. Just come on down here, sis. You're in the corner. It doesn't matter. Come right on down here and set him up. You're fine. Plenty of room. Let's go one more time. Everybody. Just lead about 2 or 3. I'll tell you when to stop. How's that? All right, let's stop. Well, I'm not going to talk about each and every kid in here. I think if you listened or you heard earlier, we like to make it as simple as we can. And it's amazing what is in your head goes through your arm and into that calf's head. Okay? As I said at home, the more you do that, the more that happens. And out here today, I'm going to go ahead and as I did previously, because you all got here and you all done such a good job on a horrible year, you're all going to get purples, okay? But I got to get you a champion in reserve. Well, your champion's plumb easy for me. From the first time they come in, they had my attention. To the last time they come in, they had my attention. And why'd they have my attention? Because they walked that animal right into it. Boom, every time. Boom, every time. Look me in the eye. And that's kind of how you win shows. You got to have a good animal to do it first. And the animal's got to be worked with. But you got to do your job. And you got to do your job at home, and you got to do your job here. And once again, they did their job here. And I believe they ended up reserve champion today. So congratulations, young. You're going to be champion showman. Now, as I think back in the show, there was other kids that done a remarkable job getting at one with their calf. This young lady right here done a nice job. She ended up champion heavyweight, I think. Hasn't quite had the control over the steer all the time, but she waltzed him into champion heavyweight position. There's other kids in here that done a remarkable job. But there's one other person that stood out in probably one of the classes that took the most time for me, and it was the cattle just wasn't quite acting right. 2 out of the 3 of them wasn't, and there was one that the showman just got him walked into it every time, and you could tell that steer he was on the same wavelength. He just waltzed around the ring. He didn't have to think about movement. He didn't have to think about anything. The kid on the end of the halter was one with that animal. Did he have him set exactly right all the time? Probably not. But he had him set good enough that he won the class. Young man, congratulations, buddy. There's your reserve champion. Purples to everybody. Thanks a bunch, kids, for coming out. Got one more division.
Our champion showman today for the intermediate division is Bryn Young, and our reserve goes to Blake Peck. Coming into the ring now, we'll have our final class of the day. It's going to be our junior showmanship. And the trophy for this is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms and the Rosette, and the reserve by Schneider Family Farms.
Well, this is, what's this division? Junior? Junior division showmanship, and I've got, I hope this won't get me in trouble with the extension. I've got, and if it's all right with the exhibitor, I've got to snap this 1,850-pound steer. That's all. Can I snap your steer? Okay. Would you tell everybody how much you weighed? 1,815 pounds. Gentlemen, that's going to about 5,000 Snapchat followers right there. Here at Washington County, one of the greatest county fairs in Iowa. There you go. No charge for that. Still amazes me. Man, it's been, I do know, I remember stories from my childhood. My uncle was sheriff in Wayne County for 25 years. And he had a steer, I believe, that got to 4,000 pounds. Now, I think he was, I don't know, 8 or 10 or 12 years old, but you just don't see big cattle like that every day. And I realize we're in showmanship and I'm rambling on about big cattle, but I'm still intrigued. Obviously, my ADD there. But there's one young lady in here that made it tough in class. She was in a tough class, and I liked her steer. I said I liked her steer. And the reason I liked her steer is because she got it stuck. She got it stuck good, and she's done the same exact thing in here the entire time. She's in control of the animal. She's in control of herself. And young lady, you're going to be the champion showman today. Okay? I think the race for reserve is a little bit closer. I wanted to say one thing about, I don't know this young man right here. He's got really, really cool glasses. I told him that already. But if you were here for the heifer and sheep show, the judge of that looked just like him when he was that size. I'm sure there's no relation, but Ryan Habiger looked just like that when he, probably not quite that cute, but anyway, young man, you done a good job today. You won some division, didn't you? You waltzed right in and had control of that one. You're certainly in contention here for reserve. Young man on the end here with the white-legged calf, a calf that's a nightmare to show. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Son, you're doing a good job. Structurally, he is rough to get put in place, okay? And you're getting everything out of him you possibly can. Keep working. Keep working. Really good, really good group of kids here. Young man, you had reserve market effort maybe, doing a real good job in class. Got just ever so, let her head get down just a little bit, but you had her looking the part, and she got up to, I think, reserve division or something. But good set of kids. This is your future, ladies and gentlemen. I've already selected your champion. I like the intensity level of one other gentleman out here, and he's not had an easy day with this one. You're going to be reserve champion today, buddy. How's that? Congratulations. Purples to everybody. Purples to everybody. Keep it up, kids. You're doing good work.
The champion junior showman today is Erica Thoman, and our reserve goes to Nick West. Thank you very much. This concludes our Market Beef Show.